Hey everybody, hope everybody's having a good time. Alright, we're going to be building the lighthouse today. Oh, let me turn my sound down. Ta-da. Okay, there we go. There we go. Ta-da-da. Taking care of a few things. There. Alright, so today we're going to be doing the lighthouse build. It's the lighthouse that actually gets smaller as it goes up, so it actually has a taper to it. And I'm going to be showing how to do that. It's really fun and really interesting. But first, we've got to get our bar set up. I'm going to be doing this out of metal because it's just a lot easier. You can actually do this build out of several different things, or you can do it out of any material that you want to. That's always just a choice that you have to make what you want to build it out of. Adobe does really well for making it look more like an old style. You can do it in tech, but it's nowhere near as pretty out of tech. We'll just get our inventory cleaned out here. Right, so we're going to need some square foundations, of course. First, we're going to need ceilings. I'm going to try and set this up in order here. And we're going to need, for some metal fence foundations. Metal fence foundations are really good. Them and wood are easy to hide among stuff, so they always do real good. And the third thing, of course, would be some pillars. And then, oops, we're going to need square fence or square foundations. Right, so pop those out. Right, and just drop that out, clean my inventory out. Right, and the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and get our ceilings down. Now, I already put down these are my 6 triangle foundations. This is going to be the center of your circle. So wherever you want the center to be, that's where you want to put these down at. The flatter the terrain, the easier this is going to be. It can be done on uneven terrain, but for this, I chose this spot because I want a lighthouse, kind of like a watchtower, right out on this pinnacle here. As you can see, that way it's watches this right here will eventually be like a landing port. I want to do a Star Wars style landing port right here. So this will just be a little watchtower. All right. Right, so let's go ahead and get a view so you can see what we're going to be doing. We're going to be putting ceilings down on top of these, just square ceilings. You want to make sure that you get them lined up right on the seams. for the first one. All right. Now you want to put a fence foundation in the middle. So you want it to overlap this seam for your first 4. There we go. Once you get that one done, you can just connect this one right onto it. There we go. And then we're going to get one right there. And it's critical that these get in the right spots, because that's going to dictate what your circle looks like. Make sure that it's round and looks good. There we go. I can pick this one right here up. There we go. Now that you've got your seams covered up, we can put in the other 20 of these that we need. See how I'm lining, making sure that all those are pointing directly at the center. And once you're not gonna be able to get them all in your first time you go around the circle, because of the way the snap points are. We're actually creating snap points as we're doing this. There we go. And this is also a neat little technique you can use if you're going to make a simulated fan blade at the end of a bottom of a tunnel or something. You can do this and it works really good like a fan. Or just to look like a big fan blade. There we go. And of course, it's going to do that right there in the center. You can see it because you've got 24 fence foundations fighting to be on top. So every time you move, see, it picks a different one to be on top, so it cycles through them. But as you can see from up here, it looks like a really big turbine blade. That's kind of cool. Alright, so now that once we got that, we're going to go back and we're going to put pillars on the end of each one of these. Just go all the way around. Alright. So you could even, if you were just going for a nice looking round tower that you just wanted, you could stop right there. But that's not what we're doing. We're going for the perfect circle. What they consider a perfect circle. So once you get the those in, we're going to go ahead and select our foundations. And what we're doing is we're using the column to create the snap point for these, okay? So once you get that first one in, then all we're going to do is just start using those columns. And since each one of the columns is turned just a little bit, as we're putting these foundations in, they're creating a circle. But the middle row of the circles. Go all the way around. There we go. Pop that last one in. So that's our middle row. Now we're gonna, hey Amy, good to see you. Glad you can make it. I'm just doing an art tutorial on how to build a lighthouse. Right, we're gonna go ahead and add our outside row here. Hey, Jess. Jesse, glad you can make it. Get our outside row put in here. Now, the reason we go ahead and do the middle and the outside row, that way when we start to, because we're going to have some deconstruction here in a second, and we don't want to lose these snap points, because if you lose the snap point, there's no way to get it back without rebuilding the whole center structure. Alright, so we can go ahead and we can tear all of this right here down. We want to leave the original 6 triangles. Hey Woods, glad you can make it. Okay, and once we get this, like I said, we're going to leave the original 6 triangle foundations that we had. We're going to leave those. And this will be the base foundation for our lighthouse. And that way we'll have a circular structure once we start building on it. And as we go up, we can actually make that circle smaller and smaller and smaller for each level so that it tapers like a real lighthouse. And that's what we're wanting, is to get that taper. Because typically, if you've ever built in art, most things are kind of straight edged. And it's hard to get an angle or a slight angle or anything like that without getting really, really creative. And that's another reason why I'm building this out of metal, so that it's going to be a lot easier to see the taper, because metal has the best angles and everything. The Adobe Tech, things like that, they look aesthetically pleasing because they're a little bit oversized so that they overlap on the edges, whereas metal is really sharp, clean edges. Like I said, I am playing on the Attrisea cluster. The 50X cluster has great admins, wonderful moderators. They have a full Discord. It's a great server to play on. So if you're ever looking for a home, definitely check them out. If you're more into the building, bosses, things like that, it's a great server for that. Alright, so we've got our sealants picked up. As you can see, that's the original 6 triangle foundation that we used to actually get our circumference. So now what we'll do is we'll go back with square foundations, and we're going to fill in this gap right here. Make sure you're snapping, don't like I just did, and snap to the triangles. You want to snap to the squares. Get the next snap. Yeah, I love this game. Ark and Conan Exiles has very similar build systems, and I love them. And there's a new game coming out in February called Nightingale that's supposed to have like the graphics of Red Dead, the fighting system from Conan, but the build system from Ark. So I think it's going to be really interesting. And I've played Ark forever. Right, now once you get those in, what you want to do is you want to run into the center here. And if you look right there, see how that angle it's just 2 sharp angles? That's how you can tell if you ever excuse me, if you miss one. And then we'll just go back and we'll pop that again. See? That's the one that I missed right there. Then you always just want to check it. And then when you see this from up above, we now have a perfect circular foundation. So that gives us our lighthouse tower, or the part of the lighthouse. We want that to be round, so that kind of cleans that up really nicely. You can do it by the old traditional triangle, square, but it's going to give you literally flat edge, flat edge, flat edge. Whereas this, visually to the eye, gives you the illusion of being almost perfectly round. And what it is whenever by doing this, whenever we flip these to blocks, you can see that just a little bit of an overlap, so it actually makes it look like it's a metal seam. That's why I built it out of metal, so it looks like it's been welded together. Really neat little feature. And we can go ahead and flip these. And if you want to flip all the 24 times 24 times 24, that's how many there is altogether. If you want to flip all of those, be my guest. On the metal, it doesn't change the way it looks on top. Like the egg or the Adobe, it'll actually change it a little bit. But on the metal, it doesn't. So you can get by with not having to do every one of them. And of course, I've been lucky enough that I've been friends with a lot of great builders that have let me look at their work or have taught me stuff. So I don't think I learned all of this by myself. I had really good friends and really good teachers. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna build the base floor. And the way this can be a fully functional base for a very, very large tribe. That's something you want to keep in mind whenever you're building on any builder game, is how many people is going to have to inhabit this. Because if it's just one person, you can build whatever you want. It's just for you. When you're in a tribe, though, let's say a tribe of 8, you and 7 other people, so you're going to need 8 bedrooms or 8 beds. Then you're going to have a lot more normal storage because you've got 8 people contributing to the tribe. So that's things to keep in mind whenever you're building. Also, location. Do you have breeders in the tribe? Because breeders will eat up all of your room real quick. Because they'll have 2 females out, or 2 over here and 2 over there, and they'll be breeding. These will be breeding. They may be breeding 19 different kinds of dinos at once while you're sitting there trying to figure out how to pick that berry bush. And me, sorry, all I do is build. I'm not into dinos. I'm not into the PvP aspect. Although PvP on Ark is really fun to do. Um, so I'm usually the one that builds bases for people. Right, now we're gonna go ahead and pop down 2 squares right here, and that's just so I can mark where my entrance. You know what? I may move my entrance to here. Yeah, we'll put the entrance right there. We'll go ahead and pick these back up. And that's just my markers of where my entrance room is going to be. Because lighthouses, always have the little house attached to them where the lightkeeper lives. So let's go from there. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and grab me some metal walls. There we go. Like I said, we've already got fence foundations and metal walls, and that's really, that and ceilings is about all we're going to use for a minute here. Oh, I forgot to put them on my bar. And this is only the second time I've actually been streaming Ark, so usually I'm a Red Dead streamer because I love Red Dead Redemption. It's a great community. I've made great friends over there. Avoid Amy, one of them. Props. But some people were wanting to know how I did some of my art builds, so I thought I would stream a few of those. And if people like them, I might do some more. Alright, now we're going to get our main building set up here. And that's going to go here. We're going to skip that one. Go here. And my main floor is going to be two walls high. And the reason for that is I use spiral staircases in this build, and each section of spiral staircase is 2 walls high. So that's something to always keep in mind if you're going to be using spiral staircases. Keep the number even so that it'll match up. Otherwise, you'll be 1 floor short or 1 floor high. All right. Go ahead and just going around. The base of it is kind of mundane to build. It's a pretty basic build. Just what they call a perfect circle, 2 walls high, and a roof. But then the tower itself is actually going to be a little bit smaller. That's a kind of a large tower to try to build. Although I did build Isengard one time, built it to scale. Yeah, you couldn't fly near it. I had to tear it down. Alright. So now let's go ahead and we're going to get our door put in. And for that, we're going to use our double door. So I can go ahead and move that down to my bar. And remember, on doorways, like the inside of a wall, the inside of the wall is blue, the outside is green. On doors, it's reversed. The outside is blue and the inside is green. Why they made that difference, I don't know, but that's something to keep in mind. So we can put our door in and our wall. Now, normally, we wouldn't be able to cover this whole section right here, like go from one side to the other with ceiling tiles because there wouldn't be enough support. That's why this was so important that I made sure I got that one extra one that I missed in, because as long as there's a foundation, there's support. But what we're going to do is we're actually going to do something kind of sneaky here, is we're going to go 2 in all the way around. This will get our ceiling in. Oops. Have to watch out because they will try to snap. With anytime you create an extra snap point, you always got to worry about something snapping to it. Kind of like that door we tried to get in on the boat yesterday. It found a snap point, not the one we wanted, but it's the one it wanted. Oops. There we go. And sometimes when I'm filling in an area, I do break it up as to the way I'm doing it, just so it doesn't get monotonous, so you're not doing the exact same action and it gets boring. Oh, we made a small friend over here. Here we have the Carno. They got a big head and little arms. He is so cute. He just wants to be friends. And now he wants to be barbecue. And that's how that works. Oops. Too far, too fast. Alright. Of course, I am building on the Ragnarok server. That's where my main base is located, as you can see. It is right up there. And this is going to be just a little like I said, just a little outpost, watchtower, slash lighthouse, slash, whatever. Might have a few bodies here, you never know. Alright, now like I said, we are going to be using spiral staircases. Now the reason, a lot of times, especially when I build the perfect circle, you'll see me take these triangles out and hide a tech genie in there. The perfect little place to put a tech genie in the floor, blah, blah, blah. We are not going to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to actually use this for our staircase. Oops. If I can get into this. There we go. There it was. Right. We're going to do that. And just keep going. This is where our spiral staircase is actually be hidden right in the center of it. So that we can get from floor to floor while maximizing space. We could put in like regular stairs and walls and all that stuff, but those take up a lot of room. By doing it this way, we hide a spiral staircase in the center, which is actually kind of what lighthouses usually have. So we can go ahead and get that popped in. Right. If we can get it in here quickly. I want to try and go ahead and get this one put in at the beginning. I want it to snap to this line right here. Keep cycling through the snap points. There it is. And now we have a nice little tower with a spiral staircase. Very easy. And we can go ahead and put our doorway in. Now, if we tried to, whoop, scoot up right through there. Right. Now, here's the point. The reason we've done it that way, if we tried to do that, we're going to cover our stairs up. It's not going to work. So we're going to use the old classic way to make a circle off of the tower. And that's going to fill in our little gap right there and get it to where we can get up. The reason I'm doing it here, or starting out here, well, that one popped in the wrong place, is as we start building the tower upward, we can just keep expanding that center tower. All right? Now we'll go ahead and fill in the little gaps. We're going to need some triangles for that. Bring those down and put those on our bar. There we go. You go in. You go in. There we go. So now we've got, that's our first floor completely done. And then we can just go ahead and pop those in like that. So our center staircase can keep going upward through the center of our lighthouse as we're building it. And the lighthouse will still have structural support because of all the foundations below. Now the first thing we'll do is we're going to start right over here. Whoops. This is, remember I left this is going to be our entranceway. And we're just going to do a very simple little house type design. Get us a sec. Get a second triangle foundation. Oops. Come on. There we go. All right, we'll go ahead and put our little entrance on here. I'm going to use triangle foundations on the side here. This one will see, it almost matches perfectly. It's exactly what we wanted. It'll be a little bit off, but that's okay, because we'll fix that on the inside. Just remember, there's a lot of things you can do as long as you can hide the other side of it, then it doesn't really matter. Now, if you're ever building this, you can actually build this little front house as big as you want. I'm doing just a little bitty entrance to kind of break it up a little bit, but however big or small or whatever, that is entirely up to you. But I am going to do a little bit, I wouldn't call fancy, but fancy. And put some glass in it so that it matches the rest of the structure. So we're going to pick up some glass. These are the glass walls. I'm going to bring them down to my bar. And almost the entire lighthouse, my bar is already set up to build the whole thing. That's the good part of it. We're going to pop those in there. Right? Now I'm going to pop a ceiling right there. And what that does is that ceiling gives me a snap point on this side of the glass wall. Now you can do it a different way if you wanted to. You can actually use fence foundations, but I'm actually going to be doing a doorway on both sides of it as trim, so I needed one on the outside. And we're going to do, because this is a lighthouse, so you wouldn't want massive windows in the bottom of the lighthouse, because waves are going to be hitting it, debris, things like that, so it wouldn't make sense. You would have smaller windows. So we're going to pick up the single door frame and go ahead and pop those down there. Whoops, that was the wrong button. Now what I'm looking for is for the blue side of this door. Single doorways follow the same as regular walls, whereas double door frames don't. So we pop those in. And then I go back and pick up these ceilings. And now we have windows that are framed out. So it looks a lot cleaner. All right, we're going to do the same over here. blue. There's that blue. Then we're going to look for that blue. Of course, using metal in a sunny area like Ragnarok, you do get the sun glare. So you can always paint stuff black. Like I would say paint it black or slate to lessen it. I've done it so much I'm used to it. Right, let me grab me a quick drink here. My voice is a little raspy tonight. All right, so now we can go ahead and get us a roof put on this if we wanted to go ahead and do that. Okay. And go ahead and pop us a door in here. We use a double door. That. See, then we'll use should we go in? Should we go with that one? Yeah, we'll go with that. And of course, the all famous metal stairs. I'll go ahead and pop that metal stair in. And of course, for you watching the boat tutorial, I use the metal stairs, turn it into a ramp. That way you can walk through it. Because the metal slanted roof will actually hang down and you'll bump your head on it. All right, and then we'll go ahead and go ahead and pop this in. Oops, come on. I'm just doing these walls right here. Whoops. To even it out. And pick these back up temporarily to put our slanted roofs in. Which they decide. Sometimes they just go wherever they want. Go. And come on, in you go. There we go. That doorway back in. Let's get our little house for our lighthouse completely done. Of course, inside it's going to stick through a little bit, but we'll clean that up in a minute. You want to even be able to see that when we get done. It will have a little entryway formed, and it'll be cleaned up and nice. So nothing to worry about there. Yeah. It'll look like that. So whenever you see it from this side, it'll just look like part of it. Alright, but now let's get started on getting that tower started. Right? Now, first thing you have to decide is how many walls high is each section of your tower going to be. Depends on how high you want to go. You can do them. Again, I suggest keeping it in even numbers, so 2, 4. The higher each section, the more it's going to take to taper, or the longer it's going to take. So we're going to do ours 2. That way, keeps it kind of on the easy side. Plus, we don't need a super duper heavy duty big, oh my god, big tower. As you're putting these walls in, make sure they're on the blue side. Good. Let's go in. Yeah. Had to test it and make sure it's still flipping green. There we go. All right. Then we'll just take a quick glance. And the easy way to tell if you find it out is you look for the little bow tie right here, where the two walls crisscross. And as long as all of those match, then you know you've got it in. And if they don't, you can tell it real quick because they won't be uniform. All right, now let's go ahead and go our two walls high. There we go. And then we're going to go just take our ceilings and do one run all the way around. All right, and that's pretty much just basic building on that. Now we're going to trick the game into allowing us to do a taper. And I mean, it's not a full-fledged taper, but it's the best we can do. And what we're going to do is we've got our ceiling. We're going to put down a fence foundation. And it's going to be on the inside of this one. So, like that right there, all the way around. See how that one popped out? So that's not what you want. You want it to be on the inside. Go ahead and get those popped up. Like I said, sometimes the game finds its own snap point. Even though you're pointing at one, it'll pick its own. And that's maybe where the angle you're doing it at, where you're standing. There's a lot of factors. Good deal. And if you're trying to build this one the way I'm building it, you gotta remember each circle on each full ring is 24. So just doing this ring, that's 24 fence foundations. So a project like this for a solo player can get expensive. Now, luckily though, like I said, I play on Attrisea. It's a 50x server, and supplies and stuff are relatively quick and easy to get, and it doesn't take the longest it takes is waiting to smelt everything down in the industrial forges, but it's well worth it. They have a very nice flag system that for some reason I don't know where I'm going there. Hold on just a second. Let me fix something here. There we go. I think I keep moving because I'm getting animated and I keep falling off the screen. But they have a nice little flag system that keeps everything in check. That way, because they do at least every day and every Sunday or on the weekends, they go through anybody that's not adhering to the flag system. They help clear them out, keep the server cleaned out. So I love that because I readily admit that I look for bases with no flags just so I can help keep the servers clean. And if you can build let's say you build an entire base like mine up here on the hill, but I didn't bother to take 5 seconds to put a flag out, then yeah, I'm going to get cleaned out. So there we go. Get all of these put in here. This is going to be one of those that, because it's fine, because it's two foundations beside each other, it's trying to find a different snap point. There we go. All right. That's got the whole reason we did that. And here's the trick to making a vertical up, yeah, vertical up, a vertical tower. Is once you put that fence foundation down, get here up to the side where you can see it. It gives you an inside snap point. So that one's the outside, the normal one. But by putting that fence foundation down, it gives us one on the inside. Yeah, that one, it snapped on the outside. See if I can get. There we go. But that one snapped on the inside. And that's the difference between the two snap points. The reason that's important is if we do that every two walls going up, we're slowly tapering the tower inward. So that's what creates our taper. And then I'll just show you real quickly here. So if we go here and then, oops. Oh, come on. It was in there a second ago. Now I don't want to go back in. That's about my luck. Okay, there we go. As soon as I go to show something, it's going to want to do that. There we go. So if we do that, now this is just a feature that we'll have once we get the entire tower built. I had to go back and do this. I just wanted to show you real quick what I was talking about. Then we take these little nice little jewels. There we go. You can't really see that. Well, yeah, you can see it. Not too bad. But we'll have that angle design going all the way up it as it tapers in. We'll paint one of it white and one of it red, and that gives you the candy stripes that go up your lighthouse. It's a neat little trick that we can do. But for right now, let's go ahead and get some of these in. And don't worry, if one accidentally does like that right there, just leave it, because it may be exactly in the spot where you're going to be placing the double walls anyway. And if it's not, you can go back and take it out later. Now, of course, that one we don't need, because that one's in the wrong place. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream. Don't forget to leave a like, and if you like mystery videos or Red Dead, I have those on my channel because that's what it's built around. Which evidently I'm gonna have maybe I'd start doing art tutorials too. And I've got the new Fallout 76 was free, and apparently I have never played this game, so I may be doing that too. I've been playing the Jedi Fallen Order, and it's pretty good, but I grew up on Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy, and it's definitely a lot different. Of course, as old as those games are, I think I'm telling my age there. There we go. Alright, that is. We'll just run around, put our second layer in. Gonna have to wait a second. Server is saving. You can always tell the server is saving whenever, especially, well, on Attrisea, you can tell when it's saving whenever you're doing that and you can't do anything. Why am I all the way over there? Give me just a second. I do not know why I keep trying to jump off of the screen. Might be because I didn't have my light on. There we go. That's better. Hard to build in the dark. No? Hopefully they don't. Woods and Alfie don't get mad at me doing this. Usually they don't. It's really hard to build at night. It makes it hard to see stuff. It is a lot easier to see your snap points um, at night because they're glow bright green or light, bright blue. But all right, there we go. Now we're back to where we can see. Okay, and as you can see, now that I've got my walls in, you can see how it's tapering basically like a few inches in. We're going to do that on every single level. So as we go up, the tower will just slowly get smaller. The circles will get smaller and smaller and smaller until it gets to a point where you're happy. Now, normally, I'm probably not going to build this one as big, but I like to build it till this inside circle touches the tower. So that way, literally, the tower itself comes all the way into the top. That might be a little bit big to build in this spot, but where I've built it out in the ocean and stuff like that. So that's about how big I go or small I go with it. That's a missing wall right there. I'm just checking to make sure we're good all the way around. Yep, that's good. And then I'm going to take this wall out because I don't want it to mess up whenever I go to place the ceiling. There's a couple over here that got doubled. Take that one out and that one out. Now those will be fine because I'll leave those in until I go to actually put my angles in, and then I'll know for sure if I actually need them or not. Right? Yep, everything looks good from here. Get a bird's eye of it. Looks like a big Super Bowl or a big bucket. There we go. Ceiling. Oh, gotta get some more ceiling. Alright. Like I said, each section we're just gonna do 2 walls high. You can go however big you want. I mean, if you wanted to build all the way up to the top of the server, if it's allowed, you could do that. I'm not doing that because I might get yelled at for that one. But we're gonna go ahead and add our foundations, fence foundations around the outside edge. There we go. Oops. Look down. There we go. Looking down is always a good way to get stuff to go where you want it to go. What I'm doing here, I'm just building one section of the wall. That way I can kind of go ahead and pre-plan how high I want to go. I can decide if I want to go really high or not. Literally, that's all we're doing is 2 walls, a ceiling, fence foundation. Come on, go where I say, not where I want. There we go. Let's see. And you can already see what little Carno wants to come play. Hold on, let me say hey to the Carno. They get really upset if you don't talk to them. There we go. Okay, but as you can see, get to it. Every time we go up, we're moving in just a little bit. And you do that all the way around. That's how you get that taper shape to your lighthouse. Then you just decide how high you want to go. So if we was using that, and that's going to be your central staircase. It's going to run all the way up the center of your tower. And that's how far away we are right now. So if you kept tapering till you got all the way up to this ceiling right here, touch that wall, you can see how high the tower would actually be. So like that, it's just how high you want to go. Right, I hope everybody's enjoying the stream. If you have questions, concerns, or want to know how I'm doing something or how to do something, it don't even have to be technically related to this build, just something in general, feel free to ask. Right, there we go. I think I got one. Yeah, I got one or two misclicked. Here, double checking. Oh, there's one right there. There we go. Right, we'll go ahead and get. Go ahead and pop these in. Oops. There we go. Got that one in. Ran out. I go through a lot of materials when I build because I do kind of big builds. I have done smaller builds, but usually I end up my small builds usually wind up being bigger builds, just because that's how I build. Right, let's get these walls in. There we go. And then we'll just go back around for our second layer. Yeah, it's coming along pretty nicely. Oops. Yeah, and just like in Rain Dead, I do tend to run into stuff. a lot. So go in. There we go. Luckily with arc, distance has a lot to do whenever you're building. Because if you can get yourself in the right position, like if there's two walls and you want to snap to one but not the other, if you can get far enough away, then it can only find the one snap point, the one that you're wanting. Instead of trying to see both of them, it can only see one. That's an easy way to get it. Right, so what do y'all think? How high should we go? Should we go till it touches, or I don't know, for a lighthouse, that's pretty, I like the height right there. That's pretty decent. Because eventually that down there in that crevice, that's going to be a Star Wars kind of themed landing spot. So this is the watchtower over it. Okay, we need to get rid of this one right here. There we go. So we're steadily getting that taper going up that we really, really want. Put these put in here. And literally building a taper tower is just rinse and repeat. It's the same style over and over. That one went in the wrong place. We'll pick that one up. There we go. See, now we're getting to the point where there's a lot more snap points than when we started. That's just it's trying to do what I want it to do, but it's like I'm not really sure where I'm telling it to go. There we go. It's oops. Server save. There we go. There we go. Go ahead and start getting this ring done. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's the tedious part, getting all those put in. Alright. Sorry about that disconnect there. My OBS had to restart, or had to reset for some reason. Does that every once in a while. And see, this section of wall right here snapped on the outside. So I noticed it real quick when I saw this little section of wall right here. And you can see the foundation. So there we go. Because if you look around and see right over here, that one looks a little bit weird. So go and look out here. You can see our fence foundation snapped on the wrong point. So we're going to pick those up. And then we're going to pick up that fence foundation because it snapped on the outside and it's got our design messed up. There we go. How many did I put down? There we go. Slip that back. There we go. Then we just finish looking around. Everything's uniform because I like to look at the lines of where the walls meet because there's a certain width. And then you just glance around. Everything matches, so we're good. All right. We've only got 2 more rows to go, and then we're gonna cap off the tower at that point. Like I said, I have went a lot bigger, but for this build, we're just gonna build a smaller one. Right? There we go. So now we get our next little section put in. There we go. Get those taken out. There we go. I think I had one over here. I might as well grab it while I'm here. There we go. We're just going around. I'm not entirely sure what I clicked right there. All right, there we go. There we go. one more, and I'll have that run done. Right, pop our walls in. And this is the non-exciting part, building the tower, having to go straight up. It's just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. But all builds have that part of where it's kind of mundane. And then you can actually start getting into stuff, the decorating, building. If you don't have a good foundation, then you spend more time fixing and rebuilding than you do actually enjoying the structure. Or just put a wall down and run face first into it. That's always a good thing. There we go. Alright, then get our next run. Go up here. If your walls accidentally get doubled on the first layer of each section, that's fine. It's the second layer. You won't need them there, so you can take them out after they're like that one. I'll take the top one off. The bottom one we might need, and let's say it's trying to get it in later. Little Carno down there trying to get a drink of water. There we go. Let's see, how many? That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6 high. And you can see the tower. Yeah. The tower has a nice little taper to it. Like I said, if you keep going upward, eventually it'll get to where it'll be highly visible. I like that. That looks good. Just as a little watchtower type lighthouse. Right. So we'll finish out that top one. Take this wall out right here. There we go. Oops. There we go. Now see, the good thing is each one of these floors on the inside, right through here. Now we know the floor below us is the first floor, and that's going to be the crafting area and everything. But each one of these floors can be 2 bedrooms or even 4 bedrooms. So if you have a large tribe, you've actually technically built all of the bedrooms as you're building the tower. So kind of self-sufficient. We'll go ahead and get this in. Whoops. Whoops, there was one more. Didn't realize I'd stacked 3 because fence foundations will stack, so you have to be careful. There we go. There we go. There we go. I know this is so exciting trying to get these built up through here. It just takes forever because it's 24 times per level. There we go. Hmm? There we go. And one more. Right now, we got to just put the walls in, and we will be up to the top floor of the tower. There we go. Oops, that one didn't want to go in. Come in. Always remember, if you have trouble getting a wall to go in the right place, or something's just not snapping right, move just an inch or two, and all of a sudden it changes because snap points are very specific to where your character is located and where you're looking. Okay, that right there doesn't look right. So that must mean that that fence foundation is on the outside. Let's take a look. Yep, see the poles hanging down right here and right there? That's because it snaps to the outside. So we want to pick that one up. Make sure we're in the right spot. We'll pick that one up. Pick up the fence foundation. We're going to move it to the inside. There we go. Pick the texture one up. And then pop that wall in. There we go. Now we're back in line. So as soon as I place, yep. Go ahead and get that. That's why anybody that's ever played in art knows the pain of building, because just to get the tower to this point, we've been at it about an hour and a half, and that was just to get this tower up to this point, because it does take a while to build. Expect, and if you're building something you've never built before, or maybe just making up on the fly, that time grows exponentially. But that's got our tower. Right, we're going to go ahead and get our roof on. Now, if we had went all the way up until this touch, you can see that's how much of a gap we would still be working with. We're not doing that. No, 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 no. All right, we're going to go in. We're going to bring our sides all the way up. Now we know, because of the way the staircases are, our doorways are always going to be on this side right here. So no matter what. So luckily we can just go 2. That'll go ahead and have our doorways put in as we're going up. We won't have to come back and try to knock walls out later. Like that right there. That'll have all of our doorways already in place. We want to make sure we snap these on blue side. Just doing these kind of quickly. Oops. May have outrun it on that one. And the last one here. And that's going to have our completed stairwell already done. Like that right there. Like a glove. Right, then we can go ahead and start putting our floors in. They're going to be the same all the way around. Oops. That went in the wrong place. And then we can start putting our staircases in. That'll have the whole staircase done at one time. Easy peasy. I'm going to go ahead and pop that down on my bar just so if I make a mistake, I don't have to go back in my inventory every 5 seconds. And there we go. Now the whole staircase is done in just one shot. Makes it super easy. Don't have to go back and worry about it. And we're going to go ahead and cap off the top because I can go back inside and do the stairs anytime. But if you take just using the same technique that we used on the first floor, I'm going to use that to build a regular the regular square circle or square triangle technique. Fill those in. That right there. So that way we've got the lighthouse, the whole outside structure up to there pretty well done. Now we got what we need is an exit and then the light itself. What we can do is there we go. Hmm. I noticed something wrong right there. This because that wall right there is showing blue on the outside. That means that whole wall all the way down, I misplaced it by accident. Let's go all the way down. Yep. If I know it's like, let me look inside here. I got it off right there whenever I did it. It was attached to the wrong one. Does that mean this one here is off too? Yep, that one's off too. All off. That one's right. Or no, those are right. Okay, so it was just that one. So we can just fix those two walls as we go in. No worries. Sometimes you put one in the wrong place, it happens. Because if you don't go back and fix it, if we go to whenever we get up top, it'll be off just a little bit, and then you'll end up having a gap in a place you don't want a gap, or stuff won't line up correctly. That's not what you want. So, I hope everybody's doing okay and enjoying the stream. Don't forget to leave a like if you're enjoying the videos, and check out my Red Dead Redemption Mysteries video channel. Lots of good content over there. Okay, so now that we got that corrected, now see how our corners are lined up? Because you can always tell if something's out of line because you won't have them perfect little edges and everything will look, what is it? What do they say? Everything will look scruff. All right, we're good there. Now we can go ahead and pop our door in. Put our ceiling on this. Actually, I think I'm going to do something a little here. I'm going to add this to it. See if I can get it to work like it's supposed to. given that structural look. Looks like it's actually got support. So yeah, that looks pretty good. And the question is can you walk through that? Yep, walk through just fine. That is, if I needed the door there. I actually don't need the door because we're going to be using a hatch frame and ladder on the inside. This is just to give it a little bit of a little something something. But we are going to go one more high all the way around. Alright, so now we got that. So let's go ahead and put our roof on. And then we'll bring this one up. Put an extra wall in there. I had to take that one down in a second. There we go. There we go. And then take this one down. Let me make a change to that little design I did there. And there's several ways you could set up your lighthouse. Like if nobody was ever going to be coming up in here, you wouldn't have to worry about ladders and all that. Depends on how you want to set up your lighthouse part. Mine's going to be more of a watchtower type, so I need it to where you can at least get up in there and look, or if you're going to have turrets up here, refill them, things like that. Need to go right. Trying to see with that glare. There we go. That is not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. There we go. Thought for sure I'd put it in a place I couldn't get it out of. There we go. Again, we're using that pattern that it makes. Like you can see right here, you can clearly tell there's a wall missing because the pattern's off from the rest of it. There we go. Give a quick swirl around. We got that scalloped edge, so that matches. Now, since this is going to be a watchtower and not an actual full-fledged lighthouse, we're going to go back and take these triangles out and make sure I'm selecting the right thing. And, oops. And then we're going to put in a hatch frame right here. Now, I want to try and get this lined up with down here. Let's go ahead and pick up a hatch frame portal. And some metal ladders. I'm trying to get it lined up so that I can put the ladder in. There we go. It may not. Oh, thanks, Fudge. Hey, trying to get it lined up. No, the reason it's doing that is because, like I said, we brought it in, did the tape on the tower, so it's not this. Normally, this is a perfect one square. So with us doing the taper, it's got it a little bit off. So if I can get it into the right place, then we'll be good to go. Probably gonna have to go from this side here. So we may not be able to do the hatch frame like this. That's okay though, because we can just put the door in, have it come from the outside. No biggie. That'll give us an outside staircase. It'll look good. Remember, there is no wrong or right way whenever you're building. It's just however you want to build it. And if one idea doesn't work, you can always come up with another one. I figured that out when I built a ship sideways in the ocean. People told me, you can't do it, so I went and done it. I did forget to do something while I was in here, though. Oops. Let me pop one of these out. It's going to take cold. I can drop down in the hole. Okay. Guess I'm bigger than I think I am. Try that again. Well, I have been eating a lot of carnos here lately. Really? I can't even fit down a hole that big? I'm definitely not Alice in Wonderland. That works. Okay, so we're going to take this wall right here out. Okay, so that got us out of there. How can we get that to go? Trying to figure this out real quick here. Because what I wanted to do was put the hatch frame there, but it doesn't want to go in there correctly. Even if I get the hatch frame in, it's not going to be big enough. So we're going to do a different trick. We're going to take this outside wall down. We're going to change the design of the actual towers, or the top of the tower. But the reason this won't work is because where the walls are overlapping, you can't take out just one section because the roof is built to the wall. So we're going to have to change what it's built to on the inside. And that's really easy to do. Not hard at all. We're going to go from the perfect circle design to the 12-sided circle. So all we're going to do for that is we're going to put that in, go there, and put in a square. And then that gives us an overlap. So instead of having 6-side triangle, we'll have a 5-sided, or 12-sided. I can't add. One more. Like that right there. So that'll give us the top of our watchtower will be 12-sided now. And then we can come out here and hope that the game doesn't freak out too much. And by doing that, you can see the tips of these squares are now just barely touching. So whenever you look at it from the top, you've got a 12-sided circle. And that'll be top of our tower. So we can still get out here. And then we can use one of those. We're going to put in a hatch frame to get up into the tower itself. Or we can just leave it like that if we wanted to. But while we're here, I'm going to take this one right here out and put our hatch frame in. Where's my entrance? So that should have been, yeah, that was the one right in front of the entrance. Oops, too fast. Okay, now, if we put that in there, that should, I hope, be the right direction. Oh, got it a little bit off. Because if you remember from building the boat last night, this bar right here on metal is where your hatch frame opens. That's also, if you attach a ladder, that's where it attaches to. Now, if we try to attach the ladder with it that way, I don't think it's going to work. I don't think we'll be able to get up in there. The ladder attaches on the other side, sorry. Because your hatch frame will open from this way, and then you'll climb down the ladder there. Let's see if we can get up it. If we can, we're just going to leave that right there. We'll climb up. Oh, see, we're going to hit that little bump. So we're going to have to trick it and turn it a different way. Because, there we go. See if we can get it to flip. This ought to be fun from this angle. It's going to want to go. It only has the one snap point, so it's only going to flip against that one snap point. And that's the problem you're going to run into. So what we'll do Because we actually see how the bars are all matching all the way around. Which is definitely something, if you're ever doing a Star Wars build, that's something you want because that's very Star Warsy. Is that a word? That's a word. We're gonna call Star Warsy a word. All right. So what we're gonna pop this wall down on it. Huh. One on this side. That's not. That's it. There we go. Now that should give us our flipping snap points, which is what we want. Because once we get them flipping, we can pretty much put it wherever we want. There it is. That's what we wanted right there. Right, and then we'll go ahead and get our ladder in. It should be on the front side. Snap to it. There we go. Now let's see if we can fit up that hole. And there you go. And it gives us a nice little, instead of a completely square hatch frame, it gives us a little trapezoid shape, which actually just adds a little style. Good. Then to go back down, it'll pop you right down. Then we pick these walls right here up. And there we go. Now we have a way up to there that actually looks a little bit better than just a simple staircase. Oh, and Raptor Claus is out on the server. Good deal. Always enjoy Raptor Claus. Now we can climb up. And of course, I will put railing here so that we don't just fall off into the abyss. But now we've got our watchtower. Now we can get a little bit creative on how this looks because I definitely want to add some other stuff into it. But first, let's climb back down. And let's put our railings in. Because the last thing we want to do is go bailing off the side of it like a wild hyena. So the guard tower, this top of the tower's actually got 2 levels to it. Got this first level where the guards would be hanging out, you know, and then you've got the ones that would be the scouts that would be up on top. Grab some more of those. Dun, dun, dun. Gonna need a few of those, so I'll just get a few stacks. Go ahead and pop that in. There we go. Now we're all taken care of. See it in the daylight. Right, then we're gonna go ahead and get our beacon and stuff put up there. And of course, when it comes to railing, every one of these that we built is gonna have railing on it. And you don't have to worry about the center, because we'll actually run a stand of columns from the bottom floor all the way up through there. It'll act like a built-in center railing. And it'll also cover up the edge of that railing right there. Alright, so let's go ahead and go up. Thank you. First thing we want to do is go ahead and get our railings in so I don't accidentally fall off upstairs, because we all know my luck. Alright, so that's got our railing here. So now we need to get our lighthouse, our actual light put in. And you can use a lot of different things for lights. You can actually use lamps, whatever you want. First thing we gotta do, of course, is get our structure built. Now, once I get this built, the light itself we won't be able to go into, so it won't matter. There we go. Now, depends on how fancy you want to go with this. We could do a 6-sided. We could do 12-sided like this. If you've cut if you brought the outside ledge all the way in, you have almost a perfect circle version. I like the star shape, the 12-sided star, because it just adds a little bit to it. So we're going to go ahead and put us a floor in here. There we go. There's another one right there. There we go. That should have all of our points taken care of. Yes. That's okay. Right now, from here, we're going to grab us some green glare. Yeah, words. Some greenhouse plant and greenhouse walls. And you know what? I'll go ahead and grab some greenhouse double door frames just in case. And we're going to make this up as we go. And we're going to bust a little bit as we go. Just a little bit, not too much. And this is going to be the light for the outpost. Okay? And we're going to pick up the other direction. And we're going to fill in the gaps. By using these two and glass walls, what we're doing is we're actually creating a unique design. I mean, we could just sling up some glass walls, put a light behind it, go, oh, we've got a light, but then it would look just like everything else you've ever seen. What we've done here is actually created a unique design, so it looks nothing like what you start out using. And that's the trick to building in any builder game, Ark, Conan, Rust, any of them, is take what they give you and create something completely different from it. It looks like it's all solid glass in there when it's actually not. Nice little trick of the eye there. If we wanted, we could take just, where did those go? They're down there. See, we could go back with just regular glass on the inside, which we may do just to add support. If we go, what we're doing is, if I can get it to work right, we're creating a there's through my snap points and find it. Or don't. Is that one right there? Got it. Let's see if I can get there it is. Of course, I was gonna have that one that don't want to go in. There we go. There we go. See, now when you look through the glass, looks like it's got all the supports and everything in it. That's pretty good. There's only one of them I didn't get in. Right here. I wonder if I can get it in. It's gotten pretty cluttered in here. Like I said, you don't have to put these in. I'm just putting these in because if you need support for doing other things later on. Of course, I didn't think that was going to work. As soon as it lined up, I'm like, there's no way that one's going to go in. It's going to go somewhere else. But there's just so many snap points. There we go. So now we've got that in like we want it to go in. So our glass is done. So what we'll do now is now the only thing art doesn't have that Conan does that I wish it had is inverted slopes. So if it had inverted slopes, we could actually mirror it on top and it would all match. But we don't have that. So we can't do that. So I wonder if I can mirror it a different way. Definitely not on top. Okay. Not a problem. So I'm gonna do this. Actually, not with metal door frame. Let's do it with greenhouse. Because old lighthouses would have the central light that would be, but of course there'd be a glass cylinder that the light would be held in, and then that would of course be supported with metal because the winds and the waves, you don't want that getting blown out or broken. So we're going to simulate that with door frames. By using the glass ones, it keeps it kind of looking like it's supposed to. I don't know about you, but that looks pretty sweet. Looks nice. Yes, very nice. Sweet. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and use those to put our roof on with. That one right there looks all junkified. if we can clean that up. Why is that one trying to go in the wrong? All the others went perfectly. Aha, I see why. See that little overhang right there? That is a telltale clue that it's in the wrong place. So it probably got flipped around. We're going to pick that up. And we'll put that back in correctly. There we go. That's why you got to pay attention to the green side and the blue side. It'll look like it's in the right place until you go to attach it or finish it up, and then it's not right. There we go. Now what I want to do here, before I do anything else, is we have to put our light down in here and power it. So let's go ahead and grab, oops, go ahead and grab a light. Gonna grab us an omnidirectional. And very carefully and get that right in the center. Pretty close. That is not close at all. Okay, let's try that again. Go exactly where I want it. That's because I just sailing first. We're just going to pop it in right there. That'll be okay. That'll be just fine. Of course, normally, since we've got that put in, we're going to want to put in our generator and power that light so that we can go ahead and turn it on. Otherwise, once we get done, we won't be able to get back in there. Now, if you wanted to, you could put the generator like right in there. That'd be absolutely fine to do that. But if you ever needed to restock it, how are you going to get to it? That's the question. So we're going to pop ours right here. I'm going to go ahead and put an extra floor in on the top floor. Now we can still get under that, so we ain't got to worry about it. But we'll still be able to get up and down those stairs just fine. But we can hide the generator here so that we can actually get into it. And normally I would have it hid under a floor or something like that. But for this build, I just want to pop it in right up here. And just pop it in right here. It's out of the way. Make sure it's not sticking through our wall. But we are good. It's nice and clean. A lot of people, whenever they're building, they'll put something in and it'll look great in the house. It'll look perfect. And then you walk outside and have those sticking out in the front yard and you're like, oops, sorry about that. Right now we got to get us an element to go in this. There we go, and get us some element. We only need just a few pieces, not a lot. We're not going to max it out. And I don't mind showing the codes when I'm doing my builds because there might be somebody out there that doesn't know the GFI code for element or gasoline or something like that. And that way you can actually see the code being put in. Like I said, I play on Attrisea. I'm a VIP admin. So I have access to the spawn commands. Not everybody gets that luxury. It's something you have to earn, or of course you have VIP access that they offer. You can pay for that for a monthly subscription, things like that. And it's well worth it. It is well worth it. Attrisea is a very good set of servers to play on. Like I said, wonderful admins. The moderators in Discord are usually on top of their game. Now, one thing to remember, we're all human, and all of the admins and moderators are all volunteers. So some people get low. Why didn't I get this in 5 seconds? The volunteers have real lives too, so you have to account for that. Besides that, and that's nothing big. That's called being human. They're a great group of people. So we're going to go ahead and turn our generator on. Now, if you want to set it to max, you can so that it can cover all the floors below. That way you don't have as many, don't have to put in as many. We'll just pop that out to max. I actually like it just because of the blue sparkles. Alright, so it's got our genie in. And we can go ahead and turn our light on. Now this light, I leave at maximum power. Just because it's a beacon type thing. So we're going to leave it on. That's got it turned on. Now where did I put those squares? There they are. We're going to use these to fill the gaps in. Oops, that one go backwards. It did, but that's okay. That just snapped to the other side. Come on. In there. The more you start clipping stuff into each other, even though it looks better, it is harder to get it all done. And you might accidentally break a few. Go where I want, not where I say. There we go. Where am I missing one at? Well, that one's definitely in the wrong place. Over here. Could be one right in there. That. And we're gonna need one right here. Right in there. Oops. You see, the design is already starting to come out a little bit in there. That's what you're hoping for. Of course, the more you put in, the harder it is to get stuff to snap because you're dwindling down the snap point. Let's be one right in. Doesn't go in automatically. I think, yep, it went straight in. Okay, so that one behaved. Now we can take a look. Alright, so that's got in. So that's got our tower, our lighthouse tower. Oops. A bit too fast there. That's got our lighthouse beacon. So it's a completely unique beacon look. So that doesn't have to be perfectly round or perfectly square. Sometimes having the shape a little bit off actually makes it look way cooler than it would have looked any other way. And if you look up in here, see now it looks like that all was made that way. Looks completely intricate, detailed, and that's what you're trying to go for. And that light that we put in there, you can see, go back right here. You look right there, that Omni light, see it right there? It's hidden inside of the glass walls. So it'll still produce light at night, but you won't actually be able to see it itself. All right, so now let's put the roof on. And on this one, on the lighthouse, you definitely, you definitely want to have a little bit of an overhang. This is a watchtower with a beacon in it. So there's typically, thinking there would be people up here keeping watch. Well, you don't want them just out in the weather. You want just a little bit of an overhang, but nothing too much. Had to get me a drink there. So we're going to do just a simple overhang. I say simple. If you've been watching me build before, nothing is simple. We're just going to add a ring of these around. Like that right there. And then we're going to get our metal. And we're just going to go around the outside edge and put some of these in. Like I said, that sun glare is a bit much if you're not used to it, not used to looking through it. Right, we got those in. Now we're going to put the other ones in the other way. And these are just support blocks. That's all these are for, is for support. I'll go back and take that one out in just a second. There we go. Then we pulled that one out that we had extra. All right, and now we just want to grab our sloped metal roof that we do not have yet. There we go. And this is just to give a little bit of style. The only reason I did it this way, you can actually do it with just, sloped metal roof and sloped triangle metal roofs. And get a nice smooth texture if that's what you're going for. But for a roof like this, I wanted something, a little bit something. So I did an overlap. Give us a little bit of something better to look at. There we go. Then from here, we're going to finish it up with triangles. That are completely attaching themselves to the wrong thing. Let's try that again. Sorry about that. There we go. And sometimes this does happen because we've got so many snap points, it's having trouble figuring out where it needs to go to. Just gotta take it slow and steady and everything will come out. Missed one right here, so and right here. There we go. There's the roof. Notice them are just squares, a 12 point circle, squares on the outside rim, and then do triangles on the top. It gives you a nice, wonderful little canopy top on it. Actually, looks like it's manufactured, or not manufactured, but you know what I mean, industrial. And that gives us the underside, so we're good there. There we go. There is our lighthouse tower. So, what does everybody think about that? I do apologize. I don't speak that language. I'm sorry. Just English. But I hope everybody likes that. Now, whenever it comes to painting it, we're gonna finish up our stripes. Go ahead and get that taken care of. Now, if you wanted to, you could do a little overhang off the bottom of this. Doing it kind of like that right there, if you wanted to. Because what you do is you can do that and then come back with, oh, not ladders. Let's see. Like that as an overhang. So, I mean, that's just if you wanted to have that look. I actually like that. So, we're going to go ahead and go all the way around with that. That gives a nice little grate. That's the server finished saving. Thank you. Going around here. Oh, thanks, Woods. I hope everybody's liking it. I'm trying to be as talkative as possible. A lot of people have wondered how I did some of my builds or how I did certain things, so I just thought I'd show some of it off. Maybe I can learn something new. Maybe somebody will learn something new. Yeah, to do that overhang, all you gotta do is put your double door frame in. That gives you a snap point for your railing. And then you just pop, you can go up. And that's how you can put railings on the bottom side of stuff. Just by doing it that way. You can also use, what is it, fence foundations? Not fence foundations, but the other one. What's it called? If you want smaller bars, you can use right here. Yeah, fence supports. You can put those in and build off of those. And those do great if you just want small, little bitty small bar. Oh, there's a rock golem down there just playing around. There we go. Shut this one. Now you have kind of like a little awning, a little protection over the top. Thanks, Woods. That's got that put in. It gives it just a little bit of overhang. Plus, if you're thinking from a Star Wars standpoint, that's protection from fire coming in at top or whatever. Right, so we've got all of that put in now. And that, believe it or not, is all the easy part. Building all of that has been the easy part. Because pretty much everything goes in like it's supposed to. But now we're going to start the part, I'm going to show you how to do this right here. Where we can actually start adding the stripes to it. Now in metal, of course, since metal is so sharp edged, you can see the transitional period. Um, if you build it out of Adobe, of course, Adobe is kind of rounded and puffy, so it hides a lot of what we're fixing to do. But I like this. I like the metal lighthouse. Just a second. Let me get me a drink here. Because this is actually the same process I used when we had the Attrisea at one time had the island. Or no, well, not the island. It was the center map. And I built one of these. And it was a little bit bigger because it was a full-fledged base. But it took forever to figure out how to do. So I wanted to put stripes on it. And I had seen other people do stripes, but they never explained how they'd done that. So I thought, well, I'm going to figure it out. So I destroyed no telling how many structure pieces trying to figure it out until I finally figured it out. All right, so what we're going to do here is, of course, our stripes are all going to go the same way. It's the candy cane look. Let me make sure I've got the right ones. So all we're going to need for this is walls and angles. Let me make sure I got the right one. Okay, I got the right angle. All right, so here's it. And this is why we sunk all of our walls back one. That's the whole reason why we sunk it back one, is because we wanted to, I knew that we was going to be doing this technique that we have right here, and it saves a lot of steps. But now, if you're doing this when you can't fly, you might get aggravated, just a little aggravated. All right, so first thing we're gonna do, and I'm gonna need my spray gun. Now I need Chad to pick 2 colors that we're going to paint our lighthouse, our stripes on our lighthouse. So whatever 2 colors y'all choose, regrettably, I'm kidding. Whatever 2 colors y'all choose is what I'm going to paint this lighthouse. So go ahead and be thinking about two colors and whatever they are. Dun, dun, dun. Hey, anybody have any suggestions for colors? But if not, I'm going to pick my own colors. Okay. Now we're just going to go black and blue. That's what we're going to go with. So we're going to make the base black with blue stripes. Sounds good to me. Let's see. What we want to do is we're going to paint our first ring here solid black. Alright. And then this is where we're going to start our stripe. So we paint that one, and this one, then that one. Right, and then we're going to put in that, there, and that. The reason we did that is because we had, that way we can go back here and paint these. And you can see that's the start of our stripe. And then we go here. Like I said, always, if you can get at max distance whenever you're doing this, that's why I said it's hard to do while if you're not flying. And then here, oops, button. Just you want to get just close enough to where it snaps. That way you don't accidentally snap the wall behind it. Right? That right there. Now it looks a little bit off at the moment. That's okay, because we're going to be taking care of that. That one's going to get painted. And then we're going to go here. Pop that in. That's why, now this right here is why I said leave some of those extra walls in. We don't have to snap, put it wall, it's already in place for us. And that will have to come out right there. Good, because that's going to have to be a slant. And then after you do this enough, you get to where you can build an entire run all the way up the tower, and it won't even phase you. Now that one's got to come out. And leave that one. And we're going to pop this one in. You can already see the pattern starting to emerge there. I get off by one. Let's check. So you can see right here, that one's off. And just that one being off throws the whole pattern off. So we'll just take this out. These are a lot less than having to go back and redo the whole other side. It also gets rid of these, because black's really hard to see sometimes. Your pattern should be slope wall, slope wall, slope wall. There we go. Now we're lined up. Okay, for some reason my chat disconnected. Somebody just give me a holler in chat. Let me know my chat's working. Make sure everybody can hear me and y'all can type and all that. Oh yeah, yeah, we're good. We can go around here. Just double checking all of our slopes, panels, everything's good and up and going. All right, good deal. Right now, get the next section started. This one will go start here. And you could start it here if you don't mind a little overlap there, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. But we're going to start it here so that our colors line up. And we're going to put that wall in wrong because I clicked in the wrong place. There we go. And what I mean by colors, like if this is going to be our black line here, so then our next one, where we paint this line right here to fill in, it matches up. And that's the whole reason for that. Like that right there. So as we're coming up, we're going to be painting these black. Now you can kind of see how the colors are starting to come together. So we can go ahead and go around and put these in. Oops. There we go. It's all about making sure you don't get too close in, that you don't do like I do and destroy the walls that you've already got in place. Start getting these ones. And if you're ever trying to put a wall in and you flip it and it goes all the way to the inside, just move back just a touch until it won't slip inside, and then when you put it, it won't accidentally break one of your walls. That's why you hear me clicking, because I'm making sure that I'm not too close to the structure. I want to be as far out as I can be and still put it in. There we go. And you'll often see me with my spray gun out a lot, even when I'm not spraying. Because before they did the last update, or one of the updates, if I wanted to flip, every time I did that, my character would swing and punch. But if you're holding your spray gun, they didn't do that. Well, they finally fixed that, so now I don't have to have it all the time. But because of habit, I usually just walk around with a spray gun, meeting people, spray them in the face, normal stuff. Right there, I missed a wall. And pop that in. There we go. That right there. Now everything's lining up good. Now let's see if we can see that pattern emerging like it's supposed to. That definitely was the wrong wall. There we go. I'm not too sure about the black. Yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of the black and the blue. What do y'all think? Something else besides black? Hmm. 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 But as you can kind of see, the stripes are. The good thing is, of course, the further away, the cleaner, the more it's going to match up because a lot of stuff cleans itself up. But all in all, that's good. Silver. Go with silver. That actually looks a lot better, the silver and the blue. Right. Of course, if you was building it out of Adobe, you could actually paint it. Hey, Ozzy. Welcome to my art build. Just working on a lighthouse slash outpost. Okay, the silver actually looks a lot better. Yeah, I like that a lot better. For the silver and red. There we go. Now we can actually see what we're doing here. Let me back. You haven't seen the whole thing. And I'm just getting the colors done. So it's kind of a lighthouse outpost with a little bit of a Star Wars feel to it. There we go. It's a little house down there. Where it's that whole center section down there is the crafting. Oh, it's a big old circle. And then, of course, you got your outpost lighthouse light up here. And right now we're just going through putting the stripes on it so that it'll look kind of like a lighthouse. I was just testing colors to see what was going to be the best. I'd asked for a color combination, but nobody gave me one, so I decided to go with red and silver. There we go. Extra right here. Yeah, now if you look, let me move around here. You look right up there, that's my main base. So it covers that whole section of the plateau up there. This is my outpost that I'm building. This little section here where the lighthouse is, and right there, I want to turn into kind of a Star Wars themed spaceport. Because I think that being the flat rock and everything, it would actually match up really good. Uh-oh. Did I make a friend somewhere? Aw. I'm going to call him Henry. Hey, Henry. There you go. It's a nice little scorpion. You find them all over the desert. No, come back here. No, I want to play. Let's play. Good night. Henry's, he don't play long. He played too hard. Back up here. Like I said, if I build this out of Adobe, we could actually do red and white. But that's okay because I like the metal better anyway. Adobe is whenever you're doing triple, like double, triple, or quadruple walls. Adobe is a little bit harder to do because it's harder to see your snap point, but it looks a lot cleaner. All right, so that's got, I think, all of our red. Do a quick check here. Now some of the parts got painted red that wasn't supposed to be. That's okay. I can go back and paint them silver and they'll match. Just make sure I got that. So, all right, let's go ahead and get our silver. And the reason I'm using silver instead of white is because not all of the pieces will get painted silver. That'll help the bare metal or the white metal to actually have like a little bit of different look to it, so it doesn't match perfectly. Or we can just paint the wrong thing. Don't ask. That happens. Honey is not perfect. There we go. That was supposed to stay painted. It's supposed to paint the one on the other side. And that one. There we go. That's good. I need to paint. Oops. A little bit of a jump there. Okay. This one. There we go. And this one. This one. Even on around. This one. And that black one. That looks pretty good. And then we'll just keep doing that design all the way up the next 3 levels. Like I said, we didn't build this one as big as some of our other ones I've built, but that's because, you know, you go all the way up, I think it's 12 12 separate floors. Thanks, Woods. You're more than welcome to come by my base anytime. It's always open to you, Woods. For those that don't know, if you're watching the stream, Woods is one of the owners of Attrisea. Her and Effie actually own the server and the cluster, and they are super nice people. We're gonna go ahead and get those put in. Now I know I need to take this out. Take this out. There we go. Let me put that up because it's so distracting. There we go. Then we put our wall in. I always like to be up above it just a little bit to get a better view. Just a little. Come on. Trying to get to flip. There we go. Luckily, it done it on a wall, so I mean that's no big deal. There we go. That, that's one of them glitches I was talking about where it says it's on the right one, but it keeps snapping to the wrong one. That happens. Get it up. There we go. Sometimes you have to finagle it, and yes, finagle is a word. Just like the word ushi. How many people know what the word ushi means? Anyone? Anyone know what the word ushi means? I'm taking it not. Okay. You know how when you walk out in cold weather and the little hairs on your arms stand up and you get that slight chill? Well, where I'm from, that sensation is called ushi. So when you get cold or the cold shiver, it's an ushi. Yep, not only are we doing an art build tutorial, we're also learning language slang terms from other areas. All right, let's get our next run. So you can see how the spirals are starting to come together. And like I said, this is kind of a Star Wars type inspired. That's why I didn't do. You can make it to where your stripes are almost perfectly around. I wanted them to be off a little bit because if you've ever seen any Star Wars stuff, everything's made kind of with plates, and so it has that plated look to it. So it's actually a design feature. All right, so now we're gonna go ahead and start putting my plates in. We'll go right here. This one's in the wrong place. There we go. Go ahead, I'm going to top just this one off right here. And then put that in. And what I can do is I can go ahead and start putting in all of my walls all the way around on both sections. Get it done a little bit faster. Okay, I'm pretty sure that wall went somewhere. That wasn't right. That was a misclick, which I do from time to time. There we go. Yeah, and Woods has seen a lot of my builds that I have done over the year, year and a half. I did one that was a perfect sphere. It wasn't touching the ground. I did a, like I said last night, I did a submarine that was just floating in the middle of the water, not touching anything. But don't let her fool you. She is a phenomenal builder too. A lot of people on Attrisea have a lot of skills and a lot of servers. I've run into people that have built stuff I had no idea how they built. There, we got that done. Now we're gonna go ahead and put our angles in. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, so this is the tedious part. It's just literally going in, putting in all of the angles to get them done. Oops. See, that's got all of those rows. So all we got is this last top row to do, and we will have all of our stripes in. Then we can get it painted, and it'll actually start looking like what we was hoping for. Get up above it just a little bit. That's why anytime you're gonna do a build, you don't have to plan out every single detail because some of the stuff just builds itself. Like that, like the lighthouse crystal up there. I kind of just started building. I knew what I had an idea, and I let it build itself. So it turned out better than I'd actually imagined. And then that's a lot of times people get so hung up on it has to look like this or it has to. That's don't get hung up on that because you may wind up building something better than what you originally planned. Of course, that's the way creativity and imagination works. Is it builds itself. You're just along for the ride. I'm gonna take this one right here out. Definitely in the wrong spot. I know that one's in the wrong spot, so I'll go ahead and pop it out. There we go. Right. There we go. Had to get into the right place there. Right, and that one's that's one of the all these walls that I'm taking out, the extra ones that popped in, and that's perfectly fine. We didn't know if they was going to be in the right place at the time, but it's better to wait, leave yourself a little work now than of taking them out and had to do all over again. There we go. So we can start putting our track in, or our slopes. But catch up. Thank you. Okay, this one's going to be a booger. There we go. Just had to get right up on it. That happens sometimes. That's just part of building. So if it gets a little irritating, just move and try it from a different angle. There we go. Right, there we go. All of our curves are in, so we are good. And we still have that plated metal look for the lighthouse, and it kind of gives it Star Warsy look. I like that. Now we're going to get our stripes painted. Make sure they good and even. All right, good deal. Now we put that down. We'll just come up with the next one. Now you can, if you wanted to. Oops, that was a misspray. Was it? If you wanted to go with the paintbrush and paint like the edges of everything, all these that blend it all in, you can. To me, that's a little bit overkill. That's something that I would, if I was gonna do that, I would do it off camera because that sounds like it'd just be boring. Yeah. If you wonder, I keep going back to make sure I haven't accidentally sprayed the wrong thing because it is a lot to color. I had to make sure, like, if I sprayed right there, I would be spraying that piece. So you don't want to do that. So always make sure you know what you're spraying. Otherwise, then you've got cleanup to do. Like that right there. So I'll have to clean that one up. I'll go ahead and do that right now so I don't have to come back and do it. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna use silver on my cleanup to add just a little bit of discoloration on some of them. It's just a little bit darker. So, down to that. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream so far. And if you have any questions, concerns, comments, something you want to see me add to it, or something I built that you thought, how did you do that? I can actually show individual parts. It's no worries at all. Just let me know. I see we actually painted this right here, and it wasn't supposed to be. That's supposed to say silver. Let's fix that real quick. There we go. That's that. That way I get. That way I don't have to keep switching. All right, there we go. That's got our entire tower spiraled, red and white. Gonna go ahead and paint everything red down here. Get everything? I think we got it all. All right. There we go. So that looks pretty good. Definitely a little different. And we're going to go ahead and start getting everything else painted. If you ever paint something and you have trouble, try to find an edge. You can paint, whenever you paint that edge, it'll paint it. Just remember, a build ain't done until you put paint on it. Or fill it with dynamite and blow it up. One or the other, whichever one comes first. No, these painted. All right. Oh, gotta get our roof painted. Looking good, looking good. Oh, I'm running. Can't spray while you're running. Go ahead and do. Just gonna run around and paint the outside here. Oops. Takes a minute to paint everything, even with a spray gun. There's a lot. Now, that, like I said, there's some people that paint as they're going. Thanks with, yeah, it's, wanted it to be kind of a, wanted it to be a lighthouse, but kind of with a Star Wars type theme. So that it looks more like an outpost type lighthouse. Or lighthouse slash beacon tower. think I'm outrunning the game. There we go. Okay. Now, one of the things I'm going to do though is I'm going to change a little bit of it from the original design. If I can get that wall to paint. All right, there we go. There's that greenhouse wall that I lost earlier. All right, so now we're going to make this into like a little bit of a grand entrance. Just to help hide some of that that we have there. Or it's going to shoot me halfway across the room. Either way, I win. Grab the ceiling. And decide how I want to fill that in. I need that 6.5. There, that worked. Here we go. Yeah. So see, now you just got a little walk through from there to here. And that's good because we can use this space here and this space here to hide things in if we want to, or here and here. Little hidey hole areas. So that's good. And then back to painting. Oops. So, gotta find that sweet spot for this one. I have to paint it from the inside. That's fine. Oh, you have to. That one right there, we'll have to snip from there. That one, there we go. Now while we're in here, we're going to go ahead and put down a fence foundation. It'll be a metal one. There we go. Get that one up because we don't need it. The reason we did that is so we can put our center column into our staircase. That way it has something snapped to it, keeps it even with everything else. And now that makes an inside railing for our stairs. So we don't have to worry about accidentally going off to the side. And as it goes through each floor, you'll get something for the railing to snap into, so it's not as, you don't see that rough edge of the railing. Unless you do like me and just walk off the edge. That's where we fixed that wall earlier, and I forgot to go, I never went back to the end. This is how I'm stuck. Look. Right. We'll just put these back in. Go up. Like I said, depending on how many floors you added, I mean, that's how far up you gotta go. Now, one thing I always like to do to my tape gen is I'll pick up a slate color. If your tape generator gives off light, but if you paint it with a slate color, it dims that light down, so it's not as bright and overpowering. Just don't accidentally paint it red, because I think I just did. There we go. And those that you can see I'm not painting a few of them, and that's okay. Out of place. Because I can go back and paint them from the outside, and then they'll all match up. But definitely, I would recommend painting everything before you start doing decoration. Or before you start, once you get like your rough idea roughed out, go ahead and paint it. That way you can kind of see what you're working with, and then you can add decorations and paint them as you add them in. Or just take a wall completely out for no reason like I did. that back in. That in. There we go. For some reason those snapped to the wrong snap point when I was building, so we'll fix that as we're going down, back down. Every single one of them I replaced within the wrong snap point. That's okay. We're fixing it as we go down. Oh, hey, I got that one right. That's one less we had to fix. So, all right, we're back down to the first floor. Go ahead and paint this section while we're at it. So, if you're ever having trouble painting a floor piece, always remember that there is a point where it sticks up above everything else. It may be outside of a dime. If you can find it, you can paint that without having to tear stuff out. These should be pretty easy. These are not overlapped. All right, so that's got our first floor done. Good. Right, that's got our stairs painted up. Door frame. Got them all painted all the way up. Yep, we're painted all the way up to the top, so good deal. But there is our lighthouse outpost. And I mean, from here, this is just a basic shape. From here, you change all kinds of things. We change all the railing out to tape railings to add a little bit of lighting to it. Change our staircases out to tape staircases. Um, Tons of stuff we can do. We can actually start adding a lot of different accents to it, smoothing out the windows, stuff like that. Just anything you want to do to add. Like from one of the things I'm definitely going to do is where is my walls? This is what I want to do for my window treatment. Where is my walls? Need walls. Need regular walls. And then take single door frames. Right there. Oh, let's take walls. Need those. And grab a stack of those. And you can see here, I'd already put my walls in. That was just to smooth everything out. We're going to go ahead and do the same over here. I'm going to back up till it snaps. There we go. And do the same over here on the other side. And then we'll paint those. Then I'm going to take my door frames. Right, I'm going to pull back, and then I'm going to flip it. And that's, I hit triangle to flip it. Alright. Come on, server, catch up. There we go. Now just by doing that little trick, then we'll go up and we'll paint them. So now it's added a little bit of a window trim. That's a little bit of lighting around the windows, makes it look a little bit cleaner. I mean, you can definitely leave it metal if you want to. That's aesthetics. Whenever it comes to aesthetics on a build, that's completely up to your taste. As long as it makes some kind of sense. There we go. Is that a coat of paint? So now all of that's, we're starting to add a little bit of flavor to it. So it's not just a bare metal red and silver look. We're actually starting to add a little bit of details and stuff to it. Then we're going to go in here. We're going to pick us up a stack of tech rails. Right? Pop them right down. Right there. Alright, and then we're going to add these across the top. And now we got a little bit of a trim going on there. We're going to do the same thing up here. We're going to start going around this outside edge. Oops. Now I want to add these on first because the next thing I'm going to do is would create an extra snap point, but I want all these even. There's nothing worse than going to a base and you see, instead of the railings being level like they are right here, you got one up here, one down there, one up, one down. It just, if you was running your hand along that, you'd wind up jabbing your hand every other rail. Alright, so now we got our railings done. Okay? Now we're only going to do this on the bottom section and the very tippy top section. Right, what we're going to do is we're going to get a drink. Right, so we want to just grab a ceiling. Any ceiling will do. I use metal. Whatever you want to use as your go-to piece, that's totally fine. I use metal just because it's completely square and it's easy to light. So we're going to pick up our double tech door frames. We're going to pop those in right beside our ceiling. Ooh, it's nighttime. Take a look. See our lighthouse? Or our light, that Omni light we hit in there? Definitely lit up. So that looks good. That looks good. And it's providing plenty of light down. And if you change that to different colors, before you put that top section in, you can have whatever color light you want. What we're going to do is we're going to go along the bottom edge here. And we're going to pop some sealants in. We're going to basically snapping those to the foundation. These are just temporary. Now, some people use thatch. If you're on a server that doesn't allow pickup, definitely use thatch because it's a lot less materials. But if you happen to be on a server or on Attrisea that does allow pickup, then you can put these down and pick them back up without worrying about wasting materials. So what we're going to do is we're going to find our snap point, right? And you can see blue is outside, green is inside. So we want ours to be green. Like that right there. And now we're actually starting to add a little bit of lighting detail using the tech double doors. Get free lighting accent. Okay, and then once you get those put in, I'll just show you right here. We're going to pick up these ceilings. And now see this, our cylinder is starting to get that shape. So whenever somebody's flying over, it'll actually have the lighting will actually give it a shape at night, even if they can't see the actual structure. Go ahead and just go on around here. Make sure that when you're doing this, you get that green color. Because if you have blue, then it's on the same snap point as your wall, and you're fixing to overwrite your wall. There we go. Looking good. Right. I'll flip it back to daytime here. And see, you can see what that looks like during the day. So that the silver from the tech door frames matches the silver of the tower, the spiral, so it kind of blends those colors together. And these are fully paintable. I mean, you can go in with a paintbrush, change the color of the lighting, change the color of each piece of metal, so you're not stuck with just that. Go ahead here. We're going to pop there. So, said you always want that green. Once you learn the colors, each piece has this color means outside, this color means inside, and there's tons and tons of ways to flip those. I mean, I've even done, windows that have blinds you can close that are sunk into the wall. So because you can go up to 4 deep on a wall build. Of course, quad walls, if you're depending on your server, some servers have restrictions about structure limit within a certain area. So it restricts how detailed you can get with a build, and that's understandable. And if you ever happen to come over to Attrisea, the Ragnarok server, to the plateau by the desert, and see my base, it's probably a lot bigger than it should be. And it's, I definitely put a lot of detail. I lag every time I come to my own base. I have to give it a time lapse time to load in. Get up above where I can see where I'm at. There we go. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream. Please leave a like if you're enjoying the content. It's really, really appreciated. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, as long as you're respectful and polite, make sure to leave them in chat. I'll do my best to answer any question anybody has about the game. All right, now we can start popping these in. There we go. Oh, thanks, Ozzy. Much appreciated. And I hope I'm explaining everything good enough for anybody that's interested in it. For everybody. Usually when I'm doing builds, I'm typically pretty quiet. I zone out and build, and I'm trying not to do that. Okay, so there we got that done. Put that up. Because we're not going to paint these, we're going to leave them silver. Oh, I missed one right here. I was fixing to pick this up. Get our green. Go backwards. There we go. Good deal. We can go ahead and pick all these up. Now, sometimes I will use a... Probably gonna get yelled at by woods. Maybe not. Sometimes I'll use a red gun whenever I'm picking up my own stuff. But I've learned that I tend to destroy stuff I want to keep, so I've quit doing that. I'll actually manually pick everything up just so I don't accidentally obliterate, half a night's work. There we go. So that's got a little detail. Now, if you want to, you can, you know, you can bring, these. You can go ahead and bring those all the way down to the ground if you want. I really like the way of not doing that because of that little clasp on the bottom. So it actually looks like the walls are like clasped to the foundation. Just for an aesthetic or fall off a cliff. Just for an aesthetic look. Because it looks really cool like that. So that's got all of that done. And then I'm gonna come back up here. Now I want to do that same design, but I want to do it here. That is noisy. There we go. Okay. I want to do that same design, but I want to do it here. So that's why one reason why I did the 6 triangle foundation walls for the staircase, but then I attached this section of floor to it. I knew I was going to want to do this. And by looking straight down, I can get my green snap point. See, that's the inside. That'll replace the wall. This will actually put it on the outside. And of course, if it's ever inside and you can't, just for some reason, no matter how much you look down, you can't get it to go, you can R1 and flip through snap points and do it that way. Oops, that one didn't go where I wanted it to, so that does happen. Just gonna fix that. If I can get in the right place. What was it? Extra snap point there. I didn't know. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. Then we're gonna pop these. It's gonna pop out over the railing so I can get far enough away. We may accidentally pop a few by accident doing this, but you can't build a castle without breaking a few walls. But you actually have a castle on one of the other servers in the cluster that I need to tear down and rebuild. You can get this one in. Got green. Alright, so now see now that's brought that aesthetic from the bottom. Get back here. From the bottom up. So it keeps that flow going. That way your build looks like it was built by the same person. I'm actually playing this on PS4. I'm on the Attrisea cluster. ATTRISEA, Attrisea. The wonderful cluster for the PlayStation. They actually have a Discord and everything. I do have a community center on all their servers with all rules for playing. Right, now, since we did this aesthetic here, oops, since we did this aesthetic, let's go ahead and paint that wall. We're going to change these ladders right here, and we're going to change that up. We're going to make that into tech ladder so that it'll match. Get our tech ladders. Thanks, Dave. And Dave's not here. I get it. I love the name. I'm Dave. Dave's not here, but I'm Dave. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our. There we go. Right, that gives us. Now our ladder aesthetic matches our door frames. That way, it's like I said, it's a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. That wall's in the wrong place. That door frame. That means it snapped on an inner snap point and not an outer snap. That's not what we want. Check it again. Yeah, now they look like they're supposed to. Good deal, good deal. Right, and we're gonna go ahead and change. We're gonna pick up this. That's not what I wanted. I may wind up moving that tape gen somewhere else. We're gonna pick up this metal railing here. Go change that out for a tape railing. See, that looks. It's pulling the metal and kind of a metal structure with all tech amenities. Kind of makes it pull it together, looks a little bit better. And what we can do here though is definitely put that in the wrong place. I wonder what that would look like if we did metal on bottom and then do tech across the top. Because I love the tech railings, but the fact that they don't have a bottom on them always makes me think, if you had a dino, they just walk under the bar and fall right off. This way it actually adds a little bit of something to it. Out of the way. Same up here. See, that's trying to snap that railing that we have hanging up there. Gotta be careful whenever you're doing that. Go ahead and bring that around. If we wanted to, we could actually go put tape right here. Make a lot of noise doing that. See, remember, we're going for that. It's a lighthouse slash outpost, but inspired, or not specifically, but inspired by Star Wars, old school Star Wars. I'm old school like that. There we go. See, now that looks a little bit better in my opinion. It starts getting into that, to where it's more take. Look. Right, now, I wonder. I have an idea. I know I can do it sometimes, but I'm not perfect at it. Um, Hard to get the double snap point sometimes. Sometimes I can get them, sometimes I can't. But when you do get them, you can do that right there. Is what I. Oh well, I can't do it every time. I'll mess with that later because that one takes a while to get set up. But just from that one section, you can see what I was going for. I was just creating a little bottom plate. What that is, that literally you can't fit through there once you do that, so it keeps people from jumping here and getting into your base, or if you're up here, accidentally falling off. That's all that is. All right, and we've got the top up here, so we're good. So you could always plant you a flag right there, because Attrisea does have a flag system so you don't accidentally get your base wiped or something like that. Because they always have a current color of the month. Change color your flag's that color that keeps your base from getting wiped, lets them know you're an active player. And if you flag color's off, they do give you a lead time. But if your flag color's way off, your base is going to get wiped because you're not active enough to even keep your flags painted. They do have an away notice system. So if you're going to be away for like a month, 2 months, you can say, hey, I'm here, but I'm not here. And they'll work with you. But that'd be a perfect spot to put a flag right up here on top, and it's built into the base so it looks good. Right, so that's your basic base right there. And of course, you can paint it any color. You could do, you don't have to do stripes like I did. You can go straight up and down stripes. You can go, horizontal stripes. I like to do, the diagonals just because it looks way cool. And then we've got a perfect, now we go ahead and build our little thing out here. And clear these weeds out of the way. Like I said, the Attrisea is a 50x server, so when you harvest, you harvest. I mean, you are definitely going to get supplies. You ain't got to worry about that part of it because it's just fun that way. And for me being a mega builder, that works out great having supplies. Right, we're going to build us a little walk around right here. We'll go ahead and grab our metal foundations and our triangle foundations. Or do I already have them on? Right, and I want to have more than one staircase coming up. So we're going to do a double staircase. And, oops. This is just a little front porch. Oh, that way, something to walk up out on. And I have no idea where that foundation just went. We'll find it eventually. Okay. Just end it right there. Work. This side. Not entirely sure what that one tried to snap, but it said, nope, I'm going over here. There we go. Of course, you take foundation or take railings. Like that right there. Right, and then of course, I want my stairs to be tick stairs, just so it matches the aesthetic of the rest of the build. And since we're doing Star Wars type build, we're going to turn those into ramps. Make them look a little cleaner. Right, and this is the part I'm going to go ahead and grab some tech dense foundations. What's wrong? And this is just so I can kind of make sure that my columns are going exactly where I want them to go. But we're going to use that look. Wait for the server to catch up. There we go. Nope, nope, you're going in the wrong place. Go where I want, not where I say. Nope, they're right. They're right. And that just gives a little trim right there to the entryway, so it doesn't look as plain. That also allows you to pop your columns in. Then when we pop these railings in here, they look just a little bit cleaner. Like that right there. So not bad at all. Not bad at all. If you want to, you can always go back, pop a column in there, make it look like, at one time this used to be further down. And because of the dust and dirt from the server, of course, it's covered it up. Or from the desert, I mean. We're going to go ahead and be careful not to paint my text stuff because I don't want it red. Now, that does leave a little gap right here. If we want to, we could pop the foundation in, switch it, paint it, pop a railing in, but I'm not entirely sure where that would show up on the inside, but we could probably cover it up if we wanted to. Trust me, some of my best builds, they look phenomenal until you look behind the wall, and it looks like a bowl of spaghetti back there. There we go. That is our Star Wars. We're definitely going to call this an Imperial. Actually, no, it's a Rebel. This is a Star Wars Rebel base. Yes. It's power to the Rebels. Right, so let's see where those came through at. So they came through right here. So we get rid of those though. Well, there's that triangle we lost earlier. I can actually go down and get it. I'll get it later. What are we going to do about that little gap that it leaves though? Like right here? Well, what we'll do is we'll just pop one of them. We'll just go ahead and finish that out all the way around. Because if you ever do take railings, they always look like they're not touching anything, but you can take fence foundations, pop them down, and it looks like a little base trim piece on it. Works wonders. And then that will allow us to do, just put a column in, builds it up kind of nicely. Quick, easy, fills the gap. You can always set a crate or something right here, like a box in front of that. Because how many times on video games have you try to get through an area and an entire section is blocked off by a rock? A little bitty rock. You could just step over the rock and go in there, but no, you can't get past the rock. Or your horse trips on a blade of grass. That happens in Red Dead all the time. See, this is your construction area, so all your crafting sections will all be along the walls. Then you got your central staircase to go up. So let's take a look at our first bedrooms. these are going to be bedrooms. Now you can section it off however you want to section it off. Let me grab a drink. Right, good deal. Sorry about that. But yeah, however you want to section this off is fine. And you can even, for me, I would section it off in 2 bedrooms per floor because we've got so many floors to this place that there's more than enough room. If you took and let's see, I would probably section it. Just like that right there. Yeah, yep, 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 yep. Did I say yeah? Then put in, see if that's wide enough. Not wide enough. Oh, darn. That. Oh, easy peasy. What we'll do is we'll use a decimal bar. I sure do. It depends on how big of the bedrooms you want for your crew. Okay, we'll use double take door frames, right? And then no, and then do this right here. That'll work. That will work. Of course, your walls can show through just a little bit. I mean, you can get all definitely technical. Do this. Like that right there. And then take this wall right here. Whoops. I selected the wrong thing. Take this wall out. That builds a little A-clo right there. And it squares everything up except for this little outside edge. And if you went have it like that right there. And pop that in. It just depends on how you want it to look. Oh, definitely Star Wars fan. Now, I'm old school. So, Return of the Jedi was my second favorite, but the original, The Empire Strikes Back, is my favorite. I love that one. Some of the newer Jedi's, they're good. They're good. I like them, but I'm a fan of the old ones. So if you wanted to do something like that, so that your doors are, so that all your things line up, you can. But for me, I would probably do it more because I know that I can use stuff as to hide things. I would probably go more this way. Exactly. I agree with Dave. Nothing beats the original three. I think what done it for me on the original three is because there were 4, 5, and 6 in the story. So there was a lot of backstory. You didn't the mystery of the backstory is what made them good. You just knew Vader was a complete, brawler, bad guy, but you didn't know why. And you knew that Luke was really, really awesome, but you didn't know why. And I think the mystery of that's what actually made them good. Once they started explaining why everybody was, it took the mystery away. For me, anyway. I think I'm going to leave them like that, and then I can put something right here that covers up part of the door. And if we do the old trick here, we do that, and then where's my walls? Okay, and then, ooh, definitely idea. And see, a lot of people didn't even realize that when Luke went to find Yoda, and he found him in that dark place, notice that Yoda could stand right beside that place and was completely unaffected. As soon as Luke even got near it, he sensed something, and it was drawn in. But Yoda could sit there all day long and not be. He was so powerful in the Force that he could resist the dark place. That's pretty powerful. I don't know if he actually could resist it or the dark place just left him alone. But okay, so if we take, since we put that door frame in right here, we can and take that, and we're going to pull this out a little bit. Move it over. And we have successfully hidden one pillar of that door. So that pillar of that door no longer exists. And we can still access our vault. So remember what I said earlier, sometimes you can, whenever you're seeing something, you might not actually see what you think you're seeing because that's been covered up or hidden. So by doing that, we actually, instead of this pillar being here showing that this door was actually wider than it was, now the door is the exact size it needs to be to fill the hole. And it still works. Of course, the vault does show through a little bit right there, but you can always put like a target dummy or something and break that up where you can't see it. Or the other option, so we're going to pick up our metal door frames. I love doing this trick right here. If I can get it to work. make sure I got them selected. And I didn't. I put it in the wrong place. No worries. I'll pick it up. Find it there. Oh, no. Come. There we go. Okay, there we go. So by doing that, we took the tech door frame out, but left our tech door in, which means we can pick this vault up now, and we can put it pretty much wherever we want now, because we're not having to hide anything. So what we want to do though is we're going to use it to offset that little lump right there, but we're going to move it over. No, we don't want to move it over too far because we don't want it to stick out the outside of the base. There we go. I still got a little bit too far over. And remember, on the take door frames, that trick will work as long as you don't pick it up. The moment you pick the frame or the door up, well, you have to redo all of it. There we go. Just want to barely get it there. It probably stick through a little bit. Just a little bit. That's okay. We still got our take door with our metal door frame, which is what we were after. There you go. Nice, clean. Definitely has a Star Warsy feel to it. And then here, we just split the room in half. Oh. So I think the middle of the room is going to be that point. 1, 2, 3 around. So we'll go 1, 2, 3 around. So that's the middle. And come on, there we go. Actually, before I do that, let's put doorways in for a couple more vaults. That is not what I said do. Do what I mean, not what I say. Okay. Get you out of the way because you're... Thank you. Alright. Yep. Right? And wall. And then wall. Duck. Thank you. Go through the doorway. Run around. There we go. Right. Wall and wall. Now the whole reason I did that right there was 2 reasons. One, I'm going to hide a light in here. Alright, and then whenever we turn the generator back on, that'll have power. And then, of course, I can come back. I'll have to move the vault again. But it also allows me to put a vault in each bedroom that's technically not taking up any space. Remember, I'm all about aesthetics. You may have the fastest car on the street. If it don't look good, you don't look good. Even if it's just matte black primer, that still looks better than rust bucket. Unless you're building a rat rod, and then the more rust, the better. But even then, you paint it with baking soda so it won't rust more. Right, we got that vault put in. And these two vaults are just far enough apart whenever you do this that they're accessible only from the side that you want them to be. That's a thunderstorm. But now your vaults are flush against the wall. So there's two vaults in each room. Plenty of storage space per person. Plenty of room to put a bed here. You can put a bed there. You can even build a canopy bed, which canopy beds are my favorite things to build. I love building canopy beds, especially out of take pods, because it just looks better. Let's see, if I was going to build one, it would be here. On the right one, I'm going to need I think that's right. That's square. Looks square. Right. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to put that up. And always remember, you can use the ruler. I call it a ruler. Your toolbar at the bottom of your screen is perfectly straight left to right. And it's 8 squares. So if you count 4 squares in, if you'll notice 4 squares in, that line in the middle is a little bit bigger. 5 in. That line in between, square and triangle, right in the middle. See? That line's a little bit bigger. So what that means is that's your middle point of your screen. So you have a straight line and a perfect middle spot. If you're ever trying to line something up, just line it up like I did right here on the bottom. This metal, get right there. Get it lined up perfectly, and you don't have to use the ladder trick because the ladder trick, you put a ladder down, climb it, go over the other side. You're perfectly facing forward for that square. This trick saves you from having to put ladders on your bar. Right, and if we just bring out, we want some beds. We want bookshelves. We want, let's go with boxes. We'll do boxes for this one. You can use boxes, you can use pedestals, you can use misspell a word by a letter. We're going to get boxes, right? Deck O boxes. All right. So we got those. So the first thing we want to get is our bookshelves, right? And we know that we're lined up. So we're going to walk in until we see the back of the bookshelf disappear through the wall. Whoop, like that. Right? Then we're going to come forward just enough for it to come through. That way we know we're not sticking through. Right? And we're going to walk over to our railing and we're going to get it so that, or our door frame, so that our door frame is not sticking through except for the top angle. Like that right there. Then come forward just a touch. We're going to put that one down. Right? Then we're going to go to the other side. Okay, now that we've got it lined up, we're going to do the exact same thing. Let's go through, whoop, right there. Bam. Wait for the server to catch up. I may have done that right during a save. Come on. Catch it up. Uh-oh. may have got disconnected. Don't know. You can see. Ah, do that or to catch up. Of course, I have been building this for about 4.5 hours. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, I think I got disconnected. See. Yeah, it's not one to place. Okay, not a problem. There it is. Okay, not a problem. You just get logged back in here, and we can finish that bed up real quick. I said I play on Attrisea, Attrisea. Beautiful server. They have a lot of different servers in their cluster. Oh yeah, my ping hit about 9,000, which is odd because I do have 1 gig internet, so that means that ping was hitting it hard. Some of the other things, they do have several mods installed. They have fast flyers. Of course, all their drops are modded. Their drops are something. When you get a drop on there, you're definitely getting some good stuff. Also have instant tames. Events are always active. And there's always somebody putting on some kind of event, whether it be like a battle royale in an arena or something. It is a PVE server, but they do host different types of events from time to time. Gonna take just a second because I got booted, so it's gonna have to, time me out and then say, okay, you can connect and not connect. But I hope everybody's been enjoying the build. Like I said, if you ever have comments, questions, suggestions, like, hey, why don't you add this to that and see if you can do it? Challenges. I'm up for that. Just definitely leave something in chat. Let me know. And just make sure, because my game crashed, but I don't know if my chat crashed or not. Just drop a number 1 or a rabbit emote, because the rabbit emote is mine that's what I use for white hair. Getting logged back in. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream. Don't forget to leave a like. And if you like Red Dead Redemption 2, I do mystery videos on that. I've got a huge selection of Red Dead 2 mystery videos on my channel on Hare Investigations. Feel free to check those out. Also have shorts and things. And I think I did one video on my character called Memory Lane. Very proud of that one. That was the first time I ever tried editing skills. Still giving me a hard time getting logged back in. Just a second here. It is not being happy right now. And it's the actual game, not the servers. The servers are always super good. I'm Playing on the PS4, kind of older technology. You know, I've had this PS4 since like it first came out, and it still works. Okay, let me just restart the game here. See if that takes care of it. Well, see anybody was tired or fall asleep. I hope yeah. Hopefully I don't make my sound that loud. There we go. Mm. So, find our Attrisea server. Okay, there we go. That looks a lot better. Since they technically don't support Arc anymore, you know, if a bug or something does come up, they're not going to fix it. All of their efforts is, I believe, on Arc 2 right now. That's the next game to come out. We are loading in. That you can slow momentum faster than a load screen. Don't worry, we'll get back in just so I can get back to building. Finish up that bed. We'll be good to go. Yes, the game never loads. Even move. Y'all see over there? That's way too far for me to see. Can y'all see over there? Looks like it's. Is it loading? Does it? I can't see it. Oh, new screen. Ah, white hair love. Much love, Woods. You can drag a dead or unconscious body around if you're strong enough. That's when you have a rope and a trunk. Preferably a trunk with wheels on it. All right. And we are back in. All right, give me just a second here. Secret stuff. Just typing. Just a second. And we're good. Okay. All right, so where's that bed we was working? That's your staircase. Ooh. So it was the server. Okay, and that does happen sometimes. No big deal. Yep. Not a problem. Not a problem. Go ahead and take care of this while we're here. Deal. And sometimes that happens. That's the nature of video games. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Alright, and we'll go ahead and take care of this one while we're here. Or maybe not. Maybe I just went in the wrong place. There we go. You got it selected? Yeah, I got it selected. Got it. Good deal. Actually, it was 2, 3. Alright. Pop this back in place. Go ahead and get these painted. Alright, we're just going to put a light, an Omni light, inside of here. Just pop that down. See, like it's saying, once we get the generator turned on, we can come in and turn that light on. Now we're already going to have a box in place. What we can do is we can just take out this wall, turn the light on, put the wall back in, paint it back red. No harm, no foul. It's all good. Alright, but we're going to go ahead and put those put in, that in. Oops. Come on. Look in the right place. There we go. Those painted. And we'll throw our vaults in. That'll have these put back together. Easy peasy. All good. Get it lined up here. I think I need to put my gun up so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. See, we've got our vaults back in. Now, of course, the ceiling, I'll finish that when I do the next floor. I'm just showing the basic build out of a bedroom. Of course, there's tons of different ways to do them. There we go. Alright, and then we'll just throw down, rebuild that bed real quick. Get out one. I'm gonna put it against the flat walls. Right there. That looks good. Right there. There we go. I'm using those to line my marks up with. And I can go back and replace them with tech or anything else that I want to replace them with. That could probably be it. That's okay. Now let's grab bookshelves. Got them. What else do we need? Beds, right? and box. Now there's 100 different ways to build canopy beds. It's all the same basic principle. You just change what you're using for one thing or the other. Right, we're going to throw our box down here. And I need bookshelves. Did I get bookshelves? Yep, bookshelves. And what else? Oh yeah, our bed. Bed. There we go. So start off with our bookshelf. Now we know we're straight across. So we're going to go here. Move over till right. You see, if you use metal door frame, it's a little bit easier to see. You just want it to where it just disappears, and then pull it forward till the back fills back in. Because we do have an angle in here that we're covering up. Pop that in, and then we'll just go straight across. So it starts to come through, and then we'll bump it back. See, it's come through there. Bump it back to right there. That's done. Now, without even moving, we're going to select our bed. And then we're going to look down until we see the legs come through the bookshelf. Okay? And we're going to go this way until we just touch it right there. Now, usually I will take and line up that leg with the edge of that bookshelf wood. You see it right there? Or that the right leg's coming through. I line it up so that it's like that. Then just right there, where it's just sticking into it. Pop that one in. I'm going to slide over and do the same on the other side. So it just starts to come through. Right? A little bit. Too much. Back, back. There we go. About like that. Now I'm going to take a third bed and I'm going to center the pillow in between these two beds. So it's going to be centered where the wood crosses over. Right? Again, without moving, I'm going to select my box, come back up. And then I'm going to start looking down until the wood of the box comes right. See how the overhang is still happening? So that right on the edge, right there, right before it comes through the overhang. Right? Then I'm going to slide over this way. Back down, get back in position. Go right there. Pop that one down. Go. I'm going to slide over to this side. I'm going to make sure I'm still in line. So I'm still lined up. I'm going to come over here till I get it in the exact right up against the metal bar. Pop that one down. And then I'm going to sink one right in the middle. I may have to move just a touch. Just want it fairly lined up. I use a gamepad instead of a regular, or a joypad instead of a regular controller, and they are highly sensitive. There we go, right there. And that is a canopy bed. Now you can go back and add pedestals along this edge if you want to. You can add anything to it that you want to add to it. But that is how to do just a regular old pedestal bed. Or canopy bed, not canopy. Right, so now we've got to add the canopy. Now I'm just using metal on this. You can use greenhouse. You can use anything you want. It's your bed. There you go. Just like that. Now I myself will actually go back and add Definitely not that. Not there. I'll add these. And I'll make sure I get them in the right snap point so that they don't destroy everything. There we go. Oops. There we go. That way you actually have that canopy if you wanted to add that into it. But I kind of like the look like that right there, and then you can add a take light over the top of it, painted slate so it's up bright. But there we go. That's how to do the canopy bed. Like I said, you can build it out of any material that you want, and the more you add to it, the more elaborate it looks. That's your basic look right there. Oops. Definitely need to get that genie turned back on. It's dark. I'm scared of the dark. There we go. Go all the way down these stairs. It's like mixing a pie, just going around in circles. Oh look, we have a little thorny hanging out here. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Mama said knock you out. Thought. As you can see at night, it looks really cool, all lit up. Of course, there'll be more lights and everything on it. Alright, well, I hope everyone enjoyed the stream tonight. This is my take on a Star Wars themed lighthouse slash outpost out here at my main base. Server is Attrisea. It's a wonderful cluster. This map is Ragnarok. Oops. So we'll actually get more lights added to it and things like that eventually. But I hope everybody enjoyed the build. If you ever have any questions, concerns, comments, or want me to do a tutorial on something on how to build it, or something you've seen me build and you want to see me build it again, definitely feel free. You can find me on Twitter at Ainurauco, Ainurauco. Same name I have on YouTube. I do all my correspondence through Twitter. If anybody has anything, feel free to drop me a line. Don't forget to check out Hare Investigations if you like Red Dead mystery videos. I do deep dive real world investigations into the mysteries of Red Dead. So some of them get kind of out there. I definitely go down the rabbit hole. That's why it's called Hare Investigations. I go down the rabbit hole and find out what's down there. But again, appreciate everyone. Don't forget to leave a like. Thank y'all so much for joining me on the stream. And I will see everyone tomorrow. Bye bye.